Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So without further ado, it's time to go. You're a little bit close here. That'll almost do it. There you go. Just back up a little bit, all right? Welcome back to another episode of the stream. Today, we will be working on more Insignia dev. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now, and a big thank you to those of you who have subscribed and followed recently. Most notably, Apple, Truffle, Muffinkins, and Glyco. Thank you so much. Chat, look at the gray. Look at this. Oh my God. That's not like just shaved. That's like gray, dude. What the hell? I was sitting in the barber shop and I'm watching silver fall across my the bib or whatever you call it. It's crazy. I have fully become old. This is real. Look at that. Thankfully, I've still got the hair, but oh my goodness, the gray. To quote my auntie who saw me like a year ago. Okay. Today, like I said, we're working on Insignia. We're doing well. Let me just whip out Unity, open things up. I started this journey with black hair, for goodness sake. I had so much hair. Thankfully, I've still got the hair, but man, the color is just... Well, even, I was getting really self-conscious about in like 2022 because of this guy. There's like a patch of white right there. And I always feel like it looks like I didn't clean my mustache properly, but it's just the color of the hair right there. So, I've already got streaks of white and flecks of gray in the beard. It's happening, but certainly not interested in shaving it all off right now. Okay. Thankfully, still mostly the right color at the front. I mean, just enough to not look like I'm an old man just yet. It's not great, but anyway. Let's get on to talking about what we're going to do today, shall we? So, goodness me, I can't sit in this chair much longer. Holy moly. We are going to work on Insignia, and I think just going to continue what we're doing with the grey boxing stuff for the most part. After yesterday's stream, I've kind of been taking a step back and having a bit of a think. I've been taking a step back for like 2 months now, but having a think about like, what even do we do? And I think we go forward with a pitch to publishers the way that I would otherwise be planning on doing. Just do it. If we get rejected, we get rejected. If we don't, we don't. That's the way that I think we're going to go about it. And in the meantime, I think it's more just like sharpen up whatever we have, whatever we can, just do the best we can with what we've got. But so like I might just re-record the trailer with new footage and keep the sound effects in this time, but not the music, and then overlay the music on top and interleave some animated stuff that I've had in the past. So I think like the pitch is about as it's about the same as it's always been, but I think the other side of that pitch is the budget, which I'm closer to now than I've ever been. So I don't know. I think a lot of this has probably just been mostly emotional, just for me, just needing a little bit more. Sorry, one sec. I just saw an opportunity for the camera here. That's not going to move though. Yeah, I think I just I've needed this time, and it's like disappointing to me that I've been finding it so hard, but I can't blame myself for that. I can't say, well, you should have been better, because I'm doing my best. I really am trying. And the circumstances of, I think, broadly, well, we'll go back out here. Broadly, I want to say I think something about being a streamer this way has created subtly. Hey Wyatt, thank you so much for the sub. A subtle problem with the way that my mind works, which is that when I'm streaming, I really feel like I'm doing something productive and I'm making forward steps in the directions I need to go. But I think if I wasn't streaming, there would be urgency put in places that it isn't currently. So maybe it's just the feeling of being live makes me feel accountable. But if I really wasn't live and didn't need to be live, I might change how I approach some of these things in the order in which I do them. So finding something good to do on stream versus like doing the hard tasks that I need to do is probably something that's taken up a lot of time. But again, like I can't really blame myself for that outside of just like, I'm just only as good at this as I am, you know? So if there's an oversight I've made and I'm learning from it, it's like, well, okay, that's all I can do really. So we're going to go into focus mode. Ollie from Swapped. I don't think I know Swapped. A bird? No. This animal? This me? I guess so. I guess there's a bit of that going on. I cannot deny. Okay, well, I'll take that since you subbed. All right. Do I play Mecha Chameleon? This is the painting game where you play with a bunch of friends and you try to hide. I've been seeing clips on it. Certainly, I think I would like it. Yeah, I'd like to play it. I don't play a lot of, forgive me for the phrase, friend slop, but maybe. All right, so let's just zoom out a little bit and I'm going to go into focus mode and I'm just going to do some gray boxing. Let's time box the gray box, okay? I think I need a bit of urgency on this, and I haven't done task tracking for a long time. So this is just going to be all kinds of messed up in terms of my schedule, but it's important that I start doing that, I think. So so let's do that. I am going to start with where are we? It's 1:20, so we're about here. And I want to go until like 3:30. I think I want to, so it's like 2 hours. I want to work on in-game scenario. Then at about 3:30, I'd like to do some animation for like an hour. And then we'll do some artworking. Maybe at the last half hour we'll do some prologue concepting. Okay, so that's the plan. Let's start with I just had like a thought. It's terrible. I was thinking about how I could hook something like this. I could build an app that does this, and I could hook these into what you're seeing in the bottom left of the screen where it says gray boxing. Maybe even control the title of the stream. That'd be great if I could do that stuff. I probably could do that stuff very easily with a bit of vibe coding, but maybe we just don't do that right now. It's very, very easy for my brain to just diverge into like, what if I take on a little side project right now? All right. So in-game scenario, I am going to go into focus mode. We're locking in, chat. We're locking in. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you all. Wish me luck. Pray for me. And Let's get to it, shall we? Okay. All right. So, we've got 2 hours, and I mean, maybe we could start Pomodoroing that a little bit, but I don't think it's easy to do that. So let's just go for it. We're looking at chapters 3, 4, and 5, and we're looking at storytelling. So scenario, world building, just working through so that we can play it. Okay. So why don't we start with chapter 3 and just walk through until we can't walk through anymore, and then start again. Okay, so I'm going to take all of these away, and we're going to go test. We're going to assign. No. That looks okay. Clear that. Can't seem to assign it because of something. Oh, well, we're not trying to log it, so let's just not do that. Okay. Let's try to compile that, see what happens. Great. Okay. So we start. This is the start of chapter 2. We would have Armin on the back of the horse here. On the back of the horse. Ilya at the front. Okay. So, small quest. Things you can't do quite yet. We're going to get that. We're going to go through here. We're going to get that. We're going to find a crucible, unlock an ability, and then come through here. Going to get our third thing, come through here. Then we're going to be able to communicate a bit more, but right now that's not stopping us. So I guess we could start with that. So let's just do like a daily to-do here if we can. We'll call this chapter 3 scenario. Actually, that's not well. Okay, so make sure. Okay. Then we go off this way. And right now, if we sync with the game, I think I want this to... there's something wrong here about this thing here, where it doesn't show me what I've done. This assigns to game, but I want to have this reflect the game. So instead, what I want to do is make these checkboxes have a dash next to them when the game is set, but we aren't. I think I need that. So progress flow. There's a toggle, obviously. And then I'd like to have the toggle reflect and that icon if the game state of a flag is set to true in the runtime but false in the checklist. Is that possible? Does Unity offer an entry point to doing that with editor GUI layout dot toggle? Show mixed value. Interesting. Yeah, do that. Oh, I see. Maybe we don't want to do that then. I don't like how that works. I think then maybe we need to do like a maybe the flag is that, but then we change the color to be red or green. Yeah, I think that's better. So the in-game color, the color will be red or green depending on the in-game status of that. Okay, so toggle. So it's GUI dot color is current is, how does this work? That's cool. That's kind of what I want. But what is current? If the index is less than the set index. Set comes from progress checklist. I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's just see what happens. So if I click that, oh, that's just making the green ones, the ticked ones green. I don't want that. No, I want it to be quest. No, there's a better way to do this. I mean, this draw sync button checks to see if we're synced with the game, and this checks to see if we all match the output. So that's a struggle because we technically do want to check this information more frequently than that. But this is going to be kind of ugly. So quest manager dot check flag. How does this work? It's literally just check quest flag. And then this is active in scene. So. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's what I want. Great. So we didn't do 1.1. I think on the run 1 should come before 1.1. So let's just start with that. And then the question is, yeah, there we go. Now I've got both of them set to true. Then we can't do give cooked food to Ilya because we don't have a way of cooking it, which requires being able to make the stew, which you can't do unless you have been to the crucible, and you can't go to the crucible until you've already done this. So I think then that means that this should be, unfortunately, even though we can see this from here, I think the crucible should be here or something. It should be nearer. The idea that like getting this, like you come out of the crucible, that lets you do something, and then you just drop down, quickly do it and come back. That feels better to me than running, getting it, running back, doing it, and then running forward again. Maybe for now we'll just accept that. Okay, I think we just accept it. So what we need then is to avoid us having to do this. This should be an annotation with a flag toggle, and this is, have we interacted? What is this? The quest flag here is, well, when we interact with it, we set the flag to true. So the flag is like unlocked slide, I guess. And then this is, I guess we just turn that on. So I go over here, I do that. Now I have set the flag to true. And so that needs to be on here then. Oh, it's water step? I'm not sure. That says slide to me. So water step, it looks like comes later. Oh no, it's both. It's both. An attack slide comes before water step. So now we go back to this. Try it again. So now we do this, and then that becomes green here. Great. So technically now we should be able to go to this, and then grab this, come back here, go over here, and then S to forge. But we would need the recipe, which we already would have at this point if we had done it properly, but let's just do it again. So we can go here, we can cook it, but we don't have the pot. So spawn, item, iron pot, cooking pot. Now we can do it. Yay. Okay, now we go back to Ilya. And we should be able to talk to her now and have that conversation play out. Now, is this something that, I guess the question is like, is this something that I want to be able to validate right now? Is this important that I can do this? I mean, if I want someone to play test it, yes. But yeah, I can't say for sure if like it's actually gonna make a huge difference. So why don't we just, I don't think it's worth doing the full cutscene, but I mean, it's good that we've got this far, I guess. In any case. So I guess it's like, we need to go to here and then go to the status. This is for chapter 3. And then we would have like this thing, same key over here. So flags connected. This, all of this is at least red. Minus this one. So it's this is now done at that level. Okay. So at this point we will have done all of this. Cool. Then we come over here, and then we're going to have a section where Homestead Outer with characters standing out front. Sure. And then, okay. So at this point, there's nothing in the game that tells me what's happening here or anything. So I need to, right now, at the very least, reflect the game state here. If I go through here, what happens? Some level area. If I go through here, what happens? Okay, this is the thing. Okay, so we need to describe the scenario at this point. So I'm just going to stop it right here. Go to Outskirts Farm. And then I'm looking specifically for something that I was using in the prototype phase of chapter 2, and I cannot for the life of me remember what I called this scene. So what am I going to do? What did I call this thing? Let's find it. This was where I had the trees blowing, and it was like a Ridgelands test. No. Yeah, something about this. But but not this. I had drawn I'd done a whole thing for this. What the hell? Maybe it's actually still in the scene where it was, but just off camera. Nope. Great. Not going to find it, I don't think. So I think I use it already in here. Yeah, abandoned ruin barn background. That'll have to do. Just trying to quickly add something just so that it helps create context here. Yep, sweet. Okay. And annotate. Okay. I also think that my warning icon needs to be outlined. Much better. Okay. Cool. Okay. And then we do a bunch of running around. And I think we'll have Ilya accompany us through here. We'll do some cutscenes. There'll be some beautiful scenery. Fighting new enemies. Using the slide ability. And then we've unlocked this. And then once we've unlocked this, we'll be able to continue. So now we can go through and there we go. Cutscene happens. Board caravan cutscene. Cutscene players will be board the caravan for the first time. Sets flag to true after. Done. So now we're here on the train. And we cannot get off yet. We shouldn't be allowed to do that. So let's go make that essentially inactive for now. So the switch to night condition, this door is a part of that condition. This toggles things on, so the door is included in that transform. Meaning, if I come to here, it's not there. I can't do it. Cool. So then I'm running through here. I meet a bunch of NPCs, meet all the people, pass through here. Cutscene, please meet Giovanni for the first time. Long fade in. After this, yes. Next cutscene, we leave. Now it's nighttime. We need that cutscene of Armin running into Rekka. I don't know how we're going to do that. That's an important one. Maybe it's even a separate scene. And so I guess we'll have an annotation here describing what's happening. So we should do that too. So it's not there at all now. Did I accidentally add a toggle that has a condition on it? No, it doesn't need to. Oh, that's board. Disembark. Should not have that. What happens if I do that? So do that. Go to Giovanni. Do that. Go out here. It gives me the option to do that, but nothing can happen. That's because it's on. So this caravan scene needs to be off. One more time. We've now boarded the caravan. And then we exit. Sweet. Yep. Fight. And then I've got a door here, but it should more be like a cutscene transition. I don't think this is going to work, but okay. So, assign go. And then we're here outside of the city. We go into the city. Hunden fighting over who gets to hold the sword. Armin goes a little crazy there. Yep. Yep. Okay. Sick. Open explorable level areas. Need some ability unlocks to take full advantage of the pathways. Yes. So, okay. We need a scene here, maybe. Some dialogue, something, explaining what's happening. I don't know if we even need a cutscene, but it might be nice to have some sort of annotation describing what this scene is. So this is scene description. First, look over Ustawick. No cutscene, but maybe an NPC that you can return to. Maybe something with end game implications. I like that. So, I mean, as far as chapter 3 is concerned, we are in a pretty good spot. I've got, what have I got? It's 2 o'clock now, which means we are here. Why don't I push a little deeper on the scenario? I don't know how far we should go with this kind of stuff, but certainly like there's a whole town here that's just empty where I don't explain or do anything with it. So it's set up a caravan for sure. And then I would say, what are we looking at for chapter 3? Anything else? Yeah, I mean, dungeon layouts, especially like the ability. Is really important. This is important. And then even some like enemy concept, even if it's just static images. Yeah, I'll take a quick break just to read some chat because I haven't really looked in like an hour. Hey, Super Johnson. John Soto. Super John Soto. I did watch the Australia match. Super happy about that. Let's talk about coffee. Okay. Well, all good. I'm glad that I haven't missed anything important. All right, let's keep working. So we need a few things here. We also need the sunset scene. Okay. So, what else? I think there's like maybe more we can do at the annotation level before we do this chapter 3 pass. I think here as well, we should do like lighting. And call this day. So that when we show up here, it's whatever. I also think it might be nice to... Oh, can I use this background maybe? That's kind of cool. Yeah, cliff interior sky. Maybe that's okay for now. Just as a way to just populate this with something. Yo, thanks for the follow and or subscription, whoever did that. I missed it, but I appreciate you. So 0, 0, maybe even just here. And then press play, and what do we get? That's really cool. Cool, I'll cop that. All right. Yo, Chino, thank you so much for the sub. So let's do near background wall. Just because it's convenient. That's not right though. It's this. There we go. Good. Okay. And then this needs that background that we were just using, just as an easy way to just chuck something in here that makes sense. Sick. Let's do a little bit of landscaping here. Just to make that feel a little bit more accurate. And then this door can be a little bit more further over. Well, what is this? It's a big bunch of squares. Okay, well, we can push that over that way. Then push this over this way. And then this is for chapter 3. So like at this point, that's all of chapter 3 done. I'm working on chapter 4 this very second. So none of those quest flags will relate. And then we can come down here and enter the ship. Okay, sweet. Okay. And I wanted this to be one of those levels that has layers to it. So we'll think about that too. Maybe we could do the buildings from Cheverton might be useful here. Just as a way to populate something. But this is all very, what's the word? Pretty. And I want it to be a lot less pretty than this. So we're going to have to make it a lot grimier at a certain point. I have the vision for what I want it to be. Maybe it's time we did some concepting for that. We said we would do that a bit later though, didn't we? Background artwork. I mean, it's only 206. Oh well, none of the other places in the game have much going on there, so maybe we'll just do a little bit more work on this thing. And then where's my level bounds? Great. So we should be able to be over here and see that. Yep. I think maybe a little bit more like this, and then a bit more like something like that. Okay. Um, sure, yeah. And then we could just die. Okay. Sure. Alrighty, so from here, what do we want to do? I guess I could work on the scenario for chapter 4 a little more. Why don't I do that? Why don't I do that? So we've got our, not like this, we've got our progress chapter 3. This is the checklist for chapter 3. And I want essentially another one that's called chapter 4, main quest checklist. We'll call that Naso. We'll call this Ustawick. Naso checklist. Ustawick checklist. Okay. So show. This is fine, although this one needs to be chapter 3 complete. So I don't think we have this right now. So we can go to a new folder, call it chapter 3 saves. And then we need a new progress state. Suppose we could take chapter 2 complete. Call this one chapter 3 complete. And this is what I'll do. We're going to go to the start of this chapter and then click everything and then assign output, sync with game. So now it's chapter 2 complete plus all of this stuff that I just isolated out. So now if I go to chapter 3 complete and I pull progress from game, if I reset chapter 3 complete, pull progress from game, that's now chapter 2 complete plus all the chapter 3 progress. So that's everything. I didn't add these though to this. So Armin meets Rekka on the caravan is not here, but it should be here. So let's do that now. And that's up a lot. That's after we board the caravan, but before we meet Giovanni. No, after we meet Giovanni. Yeah, right there. Cool. And then what else did I not do? On the run number 2. And then chapter 2 end sequence. Sure. I mean, let's just do all of it. Technically, it's all of it, right? I don't think there's anything really. As far as quest flags for chapter 3. So if I save that, chapter 3 complete, then close this, I should be able to check this and have that have all of the things that we need. Okay, perfect. And then what I can do is make a new, not a new thing, but go to chapter 4 checklist, uncheck this, recheck that, and now edit this. So the idea here is that I can say this starts at chapter 3 complete and then involves none of this stuff. So this is now perfect. This is the start of chapter 4, and we can start adding flags to the chapter 4 progress. So we would have, for example, one would be that we meet Hana. That's a flag. And I guess I just don't I mean, if I go to Ustawik, that's literally the only flag for the whole chapter so far. Chapter 4 complete, done. All right, but no, we have more specific stuff than that, and we can check that here in our reference. So this is chapter 3 and 4, it looks like, but I haven't done the actual scripting out for chapter 4. So I could take this, drag this up here, and now I can start thinking about, okay, what is the chapter 4 quest? And I have that as a script. So gosh, we're starting to get pretty efficient now, chat. We're actually doing real actual work now that's really working. So this is essentially that in another format. So let me just read through it and validate it, make sure it works. Armin exits the desert following the ship. Armin passes through the hinterlands toward the coast. Armin arrives in Ustawik where the ship has been moored. Armin meets local blacksmith Hana, who takes him in. So this is really the only one so far that's like an actual beat. And then meets the pirates at the pub. Okay. Picks up a couple of abilities for this chapter this way. Okay. There's a thing here we need to fix. So there's questions. I have questions. Questions. Let's do it like this. Questions. And then I can answer these questions. So first question is, why doesn't Hana just give the sapphire immediately? What's forcing the player to talk to the pirates? It could just be that Hana's not in his place. And also, Hana right now is a man, and he's supposed to be like, essentially he's inspired by like Japanese, but like it could be like a woman, and she could be kind of a drunk. Just something to think about. I don't have any women blacksmiths yet. So there's nothing stopping me from doing it. I think it would be a cool sidestep from the player's expectations. But it does create this weird thing of like, was Armin's father like unfaithful? Like, did they have something going on? Because she's the last person who would have seen him if it is a woman. Fill container. Something to think about. Anyway, so questions. Why doesn't Hana give the sapphire immediately? What is forcing the player to talk to the pirates? Okay. And then pirates Armin picks up a couple of abilities this way. Eventually, Armin becomes pirate. Collaborated with Hunden. Side boss. That's a little side content here. Okay, Armin and Hana discuss Magnus' fate. Armin is enraged by there being no attempt to rescue him from the ship where he was last seen headed. So like, okay, so I really want to take the things that are quest flags and start blocking them out. So this gameplay is a cutscene. And then all of this, these are all relevant. So they all get their little boom, boom, and boom. Let's go to main component and make sure that this part fills container. Yeah, that should be right. Where the hell is the document? Okay, whatever. Okay. And then, okay. Annoying I have to do this, but whatever. Well, this doesn't happen yet. This happens like here. Cool. All right. Well, that means we've got at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flags to add. So I can start adding them now. So this is I wish I could give these like an order. It's really annoying. I guess I could do like a versioning thing. So this is part 1. Armin meets Hana. That's part 2. 1. This is for part 2. 2. And this is Armin convinces Hana to... No, that doesn't happen yet. I think this can all happen in one cutscene, really. This is pretty much one moment. Yeah, so let's skip now to Sapphire Quest. Armin. Mangbus. Okay. Okay. Now, does this just break? It actually worked. Amazing. So, there is nothing in the chapter right now that does any of this stuff. So that's important. And in fact, there's almost like no real reason for it. I mean, like, there's nothing that, you know, it's just a bunch of cutscenes. The space doesn't transform. People don't really move around. I think Hana being at the pub is a good thing. Maybe the idea is that, like, Drunken Master. Okay, there's something else here that's kind of interesting. This could be... There's another idea here. Maybe Hana is dead. Maybe there is no Hana. Replaced by daughter. Is a drunk. Riddled with grief. Now, this changes it for Armin because it means that he can't be mad at her. But it could be both. It could be that Hana is not dead. Maybe Hana is old. Maybe he's retired. He's frail. Maybe he refuses. Maybe he's not that old, though. Maybe he's more like stubborn. That's kind of cool. Or maybe she was like, I like this idea of her being promising, but she's like prodigal son, prodigal daughter. She's like, she's like, is a drunk. She's like very talented, but not interested in blacksmithing. This is nice because it means that Hana is a good father and she's not a good daughter. Whereas Armin, from his own perspective, is a good son but didn't have a good father. So it's sort of like Armin might be jealous of the daughter. What could her name be? My brain immediately said Jackie, but I don't know why. It's an easy one. But I think we could do something more interesting there. Lana. Hana and Lana. Hana. Her name could be Mura. Hana and Mura. I don't know if Mura is a name. Could be Miura. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Very talented, but not interested in blacksmithing. Prefers to live free as a, not a mercenary, but as a trader. I suppose the answer here is that, like, she does blacksmith, but she has no qualms about who she trades with. Maybe even like smuggler. She's Han Solo. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. That forces you to go to the tavern, and it'll also mean that she won't come with you unless you do a bunch of dumb stuff. So it creates a side quest and a new character in an archetype that I don't currently have. It could be a son. It doesn't have to be a daughter. He could be like 30. He could be a really cool pirate guy. Like like a young kind of stubbly samurai. He's like in his 30s. Yeah. Son. I think it has to be a son. There's been too many. It's better as a foil to Armin if it's a son. Maybe there's a sister that could be really. There is a sister. Also a sister who would be a blacksmith, but isn't allowed. That's kind of cool too. Man, this guy's getting a whole family. He was supposed to be just one old man. Okay. I like that a lot. Okay, well, what does that do? So this becomes Armin meets... What is Hana's son name? This should be... It could be Tetsuya. Tetsuya. And he's got belts. He's covered in belts. No, it could be Goro. Oh, I love that. Hana is a reference to Hayao Miyazaki, and his son is named Goro. I love that. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, it's not even that. Cool, 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 cool. Okay. That's all stuff. This is actually needs to be a... It's definitely a thing. Story beat. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff here now that I can add. So C41, meet Hana. C4, this is 1.2, meet Goro. This is 1.1. And then there'll be abilities to unlock as well. Which I don't have yet in the game. Okay, what else am I missing? Recover Goro. I'm not sure which order these things happen. So maybe it's not Hana who leaves for the grotto. Maybe it's Goro. I think Hana. It's got to be a bit more. He's got to be a bad guy, I think. I think he can't. He has to be like a bit tragic. Hey, Tony. Yeah. It's a new city. Let's look at some chat. What are you saying, chat? Only developer says, do you plan to stream 100% of your game's production? Like the entire story / ending? Kinda. I mean, so far it hasn't really been an issue. I had thought not, but so far it's like, well, why not? Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. This is coming along very nicely. I'm very proud of this. This is like the kind of pace that I really needed. Hey, Ryan Berry. It's going well. Yeah, I think I really needed some mechanism that would let me just lay down a bunch of decisions in the game and story and then start wiring it all together. I didn't even have that at the start of chapter 2 in the last 6 months. Like, we didn't have a means of evaluating this and stepping through it properly. And so I think now that I can formulate these things, I think it's a lot easier. Because at the very least, I can now go, okay, like, these are the things that need to happen. And that's it. We can almost start doing chapter 5 now. Like, that's how quickly this is coming together. Of course, it's there's tons of side quests and assets to be created, but just being able to say, like, I can walk through the story, for me at least, it's a huge confidence boost. All right. Bro, I hate that I can't keep these here for some reason. So I want there to be a few scenes here that are the grotto gameplay. So this is the ship dungeon here. This is Hana's workshop. So it needs to be like at least three scenes this way. So let's do it. Let's do corridor template scenes in the gray box format and go grotto path 1. Path 2. And then maybe that is grotto entrance. I'm not sure how this works. Maybe it's a section where Armin is not in the boat, but Hana is in the boat and Armin's protecting him or something like that. It's sort of like an action sequence, like an escort thing. In any case, let's call it grotto entrance. And then there'll be a crucible. Technically no crucible here. This is just what it is. Okay, cool. So let's quickly just set these up. This could be like the mooring off point or something like that. And then now I have to put in, I guess, the rest of the dialogue stuff. So now this is Goro. Oh, it's great how that works. Now I can say, hey, you do this. Now we've done it. Sweet. There will be 5 chapters in this game. And this is the 4th that we're blocking in now. So what I'd like to do actually is have a door here and some extra gameplay here. So that by the end, this is about as deep as this. This whole thing is going to be like another few scenes as well. So I think we're definitely on par now to reach what we were originally going for, which is like an hour and a half here, an hour, 2 hours here, maybe 2.5 here, 2.5 here, maybe 3 here. So like 2.5 plus 3 is 5.5, 6, 7, 8.5, and that's like before the. I think it'll take longer than that, but yeah, that's rushing. Okay. So, let's keep moving, shall we? I had a name for this place, actually. This is in this document at the world level. I think I called it something. Not in this one, but there's another file coming. And I called it... I guess I didn't call it. I know I did, though. So where did I put that? Maybe it's in the pitch deck. Hello? I called it Edgecliff. Okay. Edgecliff it is. And it'd be awesome to have 2 ways in from different paths. Like one here, one here, one here, all into this edge cliff zone. That'd be sick. No, Insignia is the name of my game, Marcy. And this is Unity. This application is called Figma. And that's what I use to organize everything. Let's go back to where we were. All right, so we are locked in and we are doing what? We are doing edge cliff zones. I guess we would need, realistically, we need at least one here and one here, or there's going to be 2 areas where you can unlock abilities in this space. So we need to focus on that. So I'll just make more levels, won't I? Ability unlock Stoic. Western ability on Crucible. I wonder if I've done this like the worst way possible. It's probably not a big deal, but it certainly feels wrong. Okay. But I should have made this ability crucible to map. This should live not in gray box, but in crucible. Both of these 2. Nice. That makes it easy. Ta-da. Okay. All right, I should probably commit this because we've done a lot of work already. Sweet. And just so we can feel how much work we've done. Oh, they're not even on the map yet. Hang on. Still not there. Oh, because they don't have might be. They all need scene metas. Not sure how I make this faster. Okay. Still not. Excuse me. Oh, is it because there's no way to get to them? No. No. I think it's that. No. I think I know what it is. It's that this game complete. I need to reset and then unlock everything. And now we've visited every scene. There we go. Now we see them. Dude, this is going to be crazy when this map is done. These levels haven't even been like inflated yet. Like these are all going to be like twice the size. It's going to be massive. It's really the world that I designed this. I designed this world, everybody. Okay, so I need to move some of these level unlocks around. So that's trial 2. This is going to be locked off, but from here there's going to be a bunch of stuff you do, and then like, you know, I'm thinking like one more scene that takes you to this one. So it's going to be Nazo Underground. Wait, that's called 2. That's called 3. That's 4. That's 1. Okay. So, I mean, maybe one of these scenes has the thing in it, but I think it should be like almost one more. Here. Called something like, what have I called these ones? That's just like Hills 3. So let's call it Nazo Underground Crucible Entrance. And then I put a Crucible Anvil in the scene. Where is the platform? I still need to find a better way to do this. Maybe it's not even worth it. If we just get rid of this. We still should have the door. Maybe not. No, okay. You literally need this to do it. No, it's a scene link, not that. Whoops. Yeah, on the teleporter. So it should be there. We just can't see it yet. I don't know why. There it is. Okay, so then this goes to that. Save this. And then like this can go to like this for now. And then fast travel menu. We need to put slide. Right now we've got it in Nazo Hills 3. And then we've got water step at not Ustuit Cliff Interior, but Nazo Trial, Nazo Underground Crucible entrance, which currently does not have a scene meta. Boom. Okay. Good. But then I think we need to... We're trying to hide these scenes, which I did a good job of doing here, but not here. So what are we doing wrong in that context? Is there a hide from map in the scene meta? Yes, there is. Alrighty. So this doesn't need to be there anymore. I don't know what ability that is, but we don't need it there. So let's have a look. It's a yellow ability. Cheverton to Nazo. Yes. This is the... I don't know what... I've got an ability called Rebound. For now, let's just put that in. Ustan... Edgecliff? No. I don't actually have a scene that leads into those, so... I mean, for now, we could just put what we want in there, but... Probably best not to go that far until I solve that problem. So I need to... On my desktop, go to... It's like fix Crucible implementation. Because it's actually killing me how annoying it is to set that up. Yo, I'm going to read some chat for a bit. Hey chat. How you doing? Marcy Hyde says, is Figma what you're switching to customize environments? No. So Figma is just a UI design application that I use for project management as well. It's literally just like it draws squares. It has text. You can do layouts for the web that involve squares and text. You know, that's literally all it is. But I happen to make a bunch of components for it that allow me to treat it like it's a whole big project management system. And then I also use it for like mind mapping and I paste sketches in there, and it's just a very powerful canvas app. But it doesn't have any intelligence in it. It doesn't do anything smart. It just is the board. And then I have Unity, which is this. And Unity is the game engine, right? So this is just like how I make the game. It's all the levels. It's everything. So, you know, if I want to go to a specific level, this is a plugin for Unity that I wrote called Insignia Graph, or it's called Scene Graph right now. So Scene Graph lets me move around my levels, but the levels themselves are created partly inside of the Unity editor. This is a scene editor inside of Unity, just native part of Unity, and this application called Tiled, and Tiled is what I'm using to like do the actual level editing for the maps. So all of these things that you're looking at are maps in Tiled, and they can be skinned and made to look like whatever we want them to look like later. But for now, they're just, you know, pretty empty. Outside of that, I mean, I do pixel art in Sprite, which is this editor. And then I import those backgrounds basically into the levels. So, you know, when you look at a level like this, you're seeing a background and all the art from Sprite put into a tile set from Tiled, and then imported into Unity, and then animations and characters from Sprite directly into Unity inside of a level, which is a scene inside of Unity again, using my Insignia graph connected to all the other graphs in the game. That's how the game is structured. Okay. That is working out okay. I guess we just push a bit more here, so adds. Okay. What time is it? 3:15. What did we say we'd be doing at 3:15? At 3:30, we said we'd be doing animation. I think that's for the Froggen. So I will take a break right now and be back in about 10 minutes. All right, chat. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. Excuse me. How dare you? How very dare you? Don't speak about me that way. Well, chat. It's time for some animation, I think. Methinks. Yes, this is the ghost of Adam coming to haunt you. You are the reason I died. All right. We're looking for Froggen. Where are you, mate? Why is this taking so long? I think it's just Froggen too. There they are. What a cutie pie. Okay. I mean, some of this is pretty good. I would love the attacks. So let me just mock those up. I've risen. I miss the long hair a little bit. I miss it a bit. I miss it until there's one video of mine that's like atrocious in terms of the hair. It's the video where I talk about content creation, whether it's worth making it as a game developer. And there's like so much hair and so much beard, and it's all up, it's all everywhere. It's not a good look. Okay. So let's just mock up some of the draft frames for this. So we've got wind up, and then let's go from here back to here. And I think, I mean, I guess we could just go for it, really. Alrighty. So, yo, thanks for the follow. Whoever followed or subbed. A Weeping Tree, thank you for the sub. Alright. Oh. Do I do my own music? Not currently. I have a composer that works with me. There was a time when I did. Hey, Azure. It's not bad. Because the red is just to block in the shapes. It just helps me understand what I'm looking at without going too deep into the details yet. I don't want to do the details yet. So I'm trying to prevent myself from doing it by forcing myself to not use the right color. I think this hand can't be there. I think it needs to be more like closer to the front. Because when this pushes forward, he's not going to have much purchase on that. He needs to be holding it about the middle. Like there at the worst case. Hey, thanks. This reminds me a lot of an animation that I had previously seen for a... Oh gosh, what was this for? This was an animation that was being shown off to demonstrate, I think it was an Asebright package for Unity way back in the day. But that's not what I guess, like, if we go to Asebright, the website, I think it might be there. It's a really excellent animation that somebody drew of a knight thrusting a sword forward. Not a sword, a spear. I'm not sure I'll be able to find it. Trying to think about what it was used for. I think it was something to do with hitboxes even. With the cape, yeah. Yeah. Is it a pixel joint one? Ugh. Man, Google's dead. Google's dead. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Every result, dude. AI. 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 Probably not, but definitely AI. AI for sure. I think that might be AI. That's definitely AI. That's AI. That's unfortunate. I don't think we're going to find it. Well, that's cool. Nice animation. Oh, is this it? This might be it. It is. This was what I was thinking about. It didn't look like this at all in my head, though. I don't know why it doesn't look like that. So, looking at this, right? Look at this hand. It's dead center. I don't love that, but it'll be all right. I think instead, maybe what we're looking to do is... This could be like more even. Maybe it's like... level. Just go straight on. And then this could be overhand. How do you design enemies? I don't mean their attacks and stuff. I mean they're looking. For example, why did you decide to make this enemy a frog with a red cape? Well, it's not a frog with a red cape. It's a frog with a purple cape. And I mean, I've got my world and I know what I want to live in that world. So the first thing was I wanted it to be a frog. And originally it had like a tongue attack. And then I gave that tongue attack to a gecko enemy instead. So now I had this frog that I needed that fit a role in the game world lore. So it's like a race of frogs. If I go here to races, you can see I've got all these different kinds of things that live in the world, different races of creature. And the froggen were a little bit, they felt a bit wrong. Design-wise, like the spiked mace just felt a bit wrong. So I just iterated on it until I got to a thistle. And then I just kept pushing the style until it felt a bit more like it had closer, like a stronger identity. And here we go. All of the enemies in this game, all of the creatures are animals. So it's not that hard to sort of just go, well, this is a forest. It's a rainforest. Frogs live in the rainforest. You can just sort of just go on from there. He does not. The gecko does, though. All right, so we were on the thrust here. And then I wanted this to be a back-turned attack. So I want like the head here, and then the that like that, and then that like that, and then maybe just enough to see the eyes creeping through here. But this has got to like whip forward. This is the cloak thing, the head scarf, not head scarf. What is it? The hood. And then this arm needs to go like that. And I'm just going to figure out the proportions here, what's going on. So it's going to be very hunched. And they're kind of like skirt situations like this. Sweet. Sweet. That's great. What game are they for? My game, Insignia. My Metroidvania. So we could probably just put this in right now. Let's see if we can get it to go. There he is. Oh, except we did something bad. Hang on. Nice. Yeah, I like it. But I think it should be more extended. Duplicate this like 3 times. And then on this frame, we can take this velocity, -1. This could be -2. This could be -3. So it goes whoosh. And then on this frame, we could give it like 4, 3, 1. Let's see that again. Nah, that's not very good. Oh, that's because that's vel Y, not vel X. Vel X, please. That's good. It's much better. The back is probably a little too much. Like, let's go like 2, 1.5, 1. And let's make this like 5. We'll go crazy with it. And I want to hold this pose for like 1 more frame. Sick. Okay. And then we could just do this. Nice. Hey, Universal. 96. Wow. Oh, well, he got me. Would I ever make another pixel game? Why not? Maybe. It's obviously tough. 3D next, I think, would be a good one. I'm up for it. Yeah, I would like to do that. That's the thing that I'm missing from pixel art is remapping stuff. Like reusing NPC animations. That should be so easy. So Trailing Not says, how do you stop dynamic heap allocations and structural sync points when streaming hybrid dot structures across async scenes while reconciling ghost serialization with a burst physics solver? And how do you handle cache misses when dynamic buffers exceed inlay capacity? I think don't make your game so complicated and then you won't have to solve all of that. You know? What kind of game are you making? MMO. Why do you have so many async scenes? Hybrid dot structures? You doing data-driven design? Elder Trolls. Very good. Okay. So that's getting closer. I hate this swing, but I don't know what to do with it. It needs to swing upwards. And I wanted it to be, I mean, like, it's not a, I guess you could treat it like a pole arm because it's got the spikes on the side, so it's not bad, but I don't want it to look like he's like fishing. I don't like that, but that's the gesture he would need to do. It's like a scoop. We could do like a charge forward and up, like a lift, like a skewer, like what's her name, Melania. That could be fun. A little bit more mobility I think would be really good. I make these enemies with such, they're so stable, and as like a game design, from like a game design principle, it's great to do it that way, but it also is just like not as fun to look at. And I think I just sometimes, you know, you want to pull out all stops. You know, you just want to be able to say, hey, I can do this. I can make this look sick. But I also know that I'm giving this to Luca, and I don't think we've got that much budget left. Do you have any advice on marketing indie games? Well, it depends on the size of the indie game, really. My advice would be to have a really good understanding of who you're selling it to. Who is your audience? And what is it about your game that's going to make them pay attention? Yeah, I understand. This one definitely needs to be on the X plane. He does have a jump, but it's not in rotation right now in his abilities. He goes and then lands. This is not going to be in there. I don't think this slams. I think it's going soon. Working on a Game Boy style game, at least graphically, would you recommend still using layers for animation even with simple sprites? Sure, why not? So this needs to be, I'm thinking like he like jumps down, goes really low, and then launches up. Let me think about what that looks like. The white ball helps me visualize where the head's going. Different animation techniques. This is like straight ahead animation. This is pose to pose. So I'm going for something smoother here because there's going to be fluid movement throughout. You can't see this? You can't see how this is heading where it's going? That's crazy. I see it. I'm like, oh wow, that's the animation. It's done already. Okay, I think we're just about up for our hour. How long does an animation take on start to finish? It totally depends on the animation. This would be a big one. But like this one, basically just comes down to like how many keyframes are there? How many times do you have to redraw the character? So this one, it's 1, 2. It's 2 redraws with a bit of nudging. So it's no big deal. This one is a redraw almost every frame. But you kind of need those hero animations every so often, because otherwise you kind of don't get the, like, if you scatter, you know, 30 or 40 or 20% really sick animations throughout the project, people perceive the whole project to have those animations through it. So you kind of like, if you don't have them, then it just looks like you took shortcuts, you know? At least I think so. For me, like I'm looking for this game to feel like it has a lot of animation polish in it. So I need to commit a certain amount of animations that are high polish and high motion. And there's a Disney kind of feel to it as well that I want to have. I just want the game to have this like whimsy. Like this here, this moment here with the back of the cap flicking over his shoulder and then back around. That's going to look so cool. This needs to start coming back already. The lore. This is just a species of character, like a species of animal that live in this. So like the whole world is full of animals, right? And they have their own civilizations at different levels of sophistication. And these frog guys are. No, I need one straight one. These frog guys are these kind of like very solitary, kind of like protectors of the forest. And the environment that they live in has, in the last couple of centuries, been kind of like, colonized by humans. And these guys were sort of like the second, not the apex species in this area. They're like the second highest. So like the most civilized were a species of deer called the heron. And they have like tribal communities and religion and all that stuff. Whereas these guys are more, I guess, more primitive. And yet they also kind of, they still have like a similar kind of, it's not religion, but it's kind of like paganistic relationship with the environment. And so they believe it's their mission to kind of serve the environment. And in this case, that's to drive out all the humans. So when you come here, they're pretty territorial. Most of the humans don't really live in the forest, in the jungle itself. They live more in a clearing that they created by knocking all the trees down. Do this same pose again. Yeah, I like the one-handed. Makes him seem strong. I think this one, however, needs to be kind of like even more crazy. Maybe not quite. You know, any resources to learn about making sprite sheets with VFX type stuff like fire, water? I mean, I do it myself. I don't really have many resources on it. I do have a video that I created for it, but other than that, most of what I know is self-taught. I think we need a bit more of an extension here. Yeah, nice. Let's get some feet in here. it's more spear-like now. Because we added the head on it in such a way that makes it look to me much more like a pole arm. Right? It's got a spike, but the spike has has teeth on the end. So he's more thrusty now. I don't know what to do here. I guess this foot could stay down here and we could extend the leg. The leg probably doesn't even really need to be. It needs to feel more spring-loaded, I think. I think it really does need to be up. But maybe not quite up so high yet. And on the next frame we go up. What's the longest or hardest animation I've done? Probably this one. That took ages. It wasn't so much like... Do you know what was really hard? The door. The gap in the wall. That was hard. That's probably one of the longest animations I've ever done. Because the stairs, you just have to animate this step becoming... Well, this step becoming that step. So once you're there, it resets, right? It's the same animation over and over. It's just that same thing. But the door, the gap in the wall never repeats. It's just like I have to animate every single thing. Now, I could have been really smart and just done a background layer that just parallaxes in and out of view. That probably would have been the right way to do it now that I look at it. But at the time I was committed to doing it for real. So you could see here like how it even gets thicker as it faces us. The window slits are not as bad because they repeat. And the supports are also really annoying, but they were okay. And that was all drawn by hand, all of this. The bricks, again, it's just one brick turning into the next brick. Other ridiculous animations that I did. The spider boss's walk animation was also really, really stupid. This one was... Now that I look at it, I think I can do much better than this. But it was very expensive, this animation. This took ages to make. Anything more crazy than this, though? I'm sure there would be. I think I moved away. Oh, I mean, like some of the. I think this scene is the most cool I've done in terms of pure, just like production value. It's more of a cutscene. It's more like a cutscene than one animation. But this moment. Is really cool. And then like what I do with the map here took ages to get right. And then the way that this isn't quite finished yet. But this moment here took a while. I love that swirl away at the end. That was good stuff. And then yeah, I think that's just getting that sequence right was really challenging at the time. And I'm much more comfortable now. There were a few things in the game that like used to be like the goal of any production is for a game to be easier to make over time, not harder. Like the hardest thing is never the best thing. What you want is for the hard stuff, is for the stuff that was hard to become easy, and then you can do tons of it. Like doing a lot of cool stuff is way better than spending forever doing one cool thing. So it's not just about a thing that you did that was hard. It's were you able to make it so that the game made something that was hard easier? That's for me the big, like, that's what I look for when I'm working. So how do I make this thing that's hard for me now easier tomorrow? So yeah. I mean, the parallax stuff took me a while to get right too. I mean, just the world moving at the way that it does, you know, that background. Maybe not like, it wasn't like complicated, but figuring out how to like create these assets to feel like they are a place and that there's depth and, you know, that you're somewhere, you know, and that over there is somewhere else. That's a really hard feeling to create. At least it was for me. And then I look at games like Mina the Hollower that do such an excellent job of that with less, and I'm more impressed. So like Mina the Hollower has some really cool parallax sequences where they'll do backgrounds. It's a top-down game, but they have like very Chrono Trigger-y style backgrounds. So this here, oh, it looks so good in the game. And it's almost as effective as it is in Insignia, but they do it as like, I've spent probably weeks on some of that stuff, but this would have been done in like an afternoon, some of these backgrounds, but they have, so they're so much more efficient. They carry so much more for how much time I put into those things. So I get quite embarrassed about how much time I put into stuff. Like, look at this. That is so effective. And this is like a 100 pixel loop here. Like this goes to there, I think, or there. Okay, that's like 100 pixels, 150 maybe. I don't know. And you can sit here and watch it go by. And it's such an awesome feeling to see the ocean, like conceptually, it's like the moon over the clouds on the ocean at night with the stars in the back. That, for me, is powerful. Even if it's not as detailed or as complex, it's an awesome image. So I even think this way about like animations and resolution. Like my game has, you know, more complex animations than any of them in Mina the Hollower, but that game is finished and I really don't know if these animations go that much further in terms of like purchasing power. I think like I've mostly just created a constraint for myself that I like it. I mean, I'm happy to do it this way because it makes me happy, but You know, there are more efficient ways to run a production. If you're looking for that kind of thing. If I was spearing, where does that leg go? So he's gone jump, land, twist. Oh, it might go the other way. Oh, hang on a sec. No. No. It goes forward. I think it's okay. Well, like if I'm striking across my body, right? The leg on the same side as this arm slides back, and the leg that's moving with the head of the spear is going to slide forward, because it's the knee here needs to support my extra weight and the weight of the spear. So it's this leg, far foot, far leg upper. So this is going to go bump, maybe more like flatter here, maybe more like this, then this, then well, it can be both at once. Depends on how the motion is. I think as a weight shift, it's all one big fluid movement as you thrust. You know, we were talking about this reference animation that somebody showed in stream earlier. This one. So you watch, this slides forward, that slides back. Not that, I mean, this is planted. I like the heel. I like putting the weight. See, I don't think this is very good. For me, the pad of the foot, the ball of the foot is planted and the heel slides. The heel pivots like that. So this for me, it feels like, because the grip needs to be on the ball of that foot. That's what's pushing into the dirt. So that needs to kind of slide back a little with the heel flanging out, which is what I'm trying to go for here. Watch the foot there. I'm doing a really expressive one. It's like a bit over the top, but it's a frog, so. And maybe it could go, I think I might be springing back too quickly. Yeah, I think it could go like, I could just remove all of this. Just want to try again. Yeah. Why not just go like out this way? Good morning. That doesn't quite work. I do also stream on YouTube. There's something wrong with all of these frames. Let's get rid of them. And let's try it again. So where is the weight going? You know what I could do? I could push this really far forward instead. And then this knee comes that way. I like it. That is going to lift you up so high when it hits you. Let's do it. Let's put it in. So I have this swing up. That's currently what this is kind of referencing. But I think this is way cooler. Hey, thanks for the follow. And in fact, why not go more like, just keep it super like this. It's not even, I don't even know if that's right. In the past, I've done something like this. This might look dumb. Got kind of a spinny feel to it. The wind sort of like streaming out. Bring this frame closer. And that is cool. All right. So, this is, I guess, I might prefer to... Too soft, do you think? Yeah, it could be more angular for sure. Yeah. We'll get there. I have like a mental note of like every single smear in the game I want to do a better job of. So it's sort of like for now, because it's rough, I'm just let it go and then come back to it another time or delegate it to somebody else at another point in the future. Okay, so this is swing up. And then this one we call swing up dash old. And then we can go up. Now the problem here is, no, this is okay. This is fine. Go. Okay. Now, we already have this frog and swing up. And unfortunately, because of where we're at right now, the way we imported this, we do not have all of the sprites allocated. So it's 3.33333 and then 5. Slice by cell count. Okay, cell count's okay. How many frames we got? 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. So it's 12 by 1 with a custom here of 0.333334 or 5 and 0.5. Slice it up, apply it, and then we can go to our editor here and we can go take this, put it here, remove it from here, and then we now want to add 2 more. I think I missed one. Or did I delete it somehow? 1, 2, 3. Where's that third extension? Oh, we missed 10, I think. What's going on here? Ah, yeah, we're missing one. Okay. It's the 9th one. And then we swap this with that. And now we've got bang. Bang, bang. Take it away on this frame. And then we can go starts here. By here, we're probably going up a little bit. That's probably still good. Definitely moving over though. Cool. And then here, this is going to be a hitbox direction up. Hurt box. And we're going to extend it a little bit so that we can parry it a little bit easier, because I don't currently have the option to parry. I don't currently have the ability to let you parry the weapon box. You're actually parrying the hurt box. So the red box triggers your counterattack, but the counterattack can't hit the weapon. It has to hit the enemy. So I try to extend this box forward so that you have an easier chance of hitting it. Maybe later I'll fix that at some point. Okay, next thing is that this is now a moving animation. So I have two options. I can flatten it down, or I can do what I called velocity tracking, like root motion stuff, which I might try. Yeah, let's do it. So we need to do a new point velocity offset, and then on this frame we are doing a velocity curve that tracks the pivot. Okay, and that starts here, goes Oh, that's the same frame a couple times, or am I looking at something wrong? That's strange. Did I just duplicate that, or is it? Oh, I must have duplicated it. Okay. It's like 1, 2, 3 frames of that. Let's delete this one. That's why I was confused. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sweet. Okay, so we're going to track from here into the jump. That's one curve. And then from here to there, I don't think we need to move the pivot at all. We just need to track, well, we need to track it. Is the root motion used in other places? I do use it, yeah. Yeah, not on this enemy, but... So the final frame here is this. And we're going to go, let's just go for the eyeball. That's the easiest thing to track. So just put the curve along where the eyeball is every frame. And then we can do a little bit of this. This comes down to here. I guess the head isn't really the anchor, but anyway, let's just work with that assumption. Maybe it should be more like the body, like the center of mass, like this point here in the chest, which doesn't go quite as high. And then barely moves at all here. In fact, I might cut this off short. Or just not do it at all at that point. I mean, we've kind of already tracked it. But I think I have to keep it, otherwise it might reset. Well, I don't actually know what happens. Let's check. What happens if I don't supply any more pivot data? It doesn't really move, so... Let's try. Oh, not here. That didn't work very well. Okay. I guess technically we could just make it so that it's only on the x-axis that we do these things. We don't really want him to lift off the ground. Like, not really. Just... Well, I mean, I don't mind it, but let's just pretend it's on the ground then. Otherwise, we'll go back to the old system, the velocity impulses. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, nice. Okay, I think we could just go a little bit more. Just do a little bit more with it. So like there. And then I think we can do ease in out. I think it's got like a... Oh no, it's like a zip. It is like that. And I'd like to put it on maybe this frame here. So that by this frame, we're actually doing... a little bit of a slide out. Let's try that. Nice, that looks really good. Yeah. I think then we can also do, maybe we could try a velocity push on this frame just for the fun of it. I've never combined them before, so we're going to find out if that works at all. I think that might have worked. Let's watch it. Yeah, he slides forward. That's great. I think he could go like a lot further though. Maybe I was like under ambitious with this motion. Yeah, he doesn't really move much at all. Let's push it. Let's go crazy with it. I'm gonna take like everything that we have. Yeah, I guess I wasn't really paying much attention, but he doesn't really move much at all. And it's these ones here that I think could move a lot more too. It's big though. It's a really big, it's a lot of movement. I am the last of the Mohicans. Sweet. I mean, I'm happy to do it. Is this my come up era? Everyone starts watching Adam C. Eunice because I'm the only one doing game dev. I hope not. I hope it doesn't come to that. So this starts right under his head, and this ends about in the same spot. So maybe we just actually don't need to do much at all. The thing is though, his like body goes from being here, right? That's where we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to there. So this distance here is 48 pixels, and that distance there is about the same. So actually that should be fine. Yeah, that's good. I think that's fine. It might be a little too much. Maybe I need for him to be able to jump backwards as well. Or I can always make him jump back just before he does that move. Yeah, also I think we can extend the hitbox back a little. We could do that. I know it doesn't look quite right, but maybe what I'll do is push the weapon in his hand like further back, so that even though he's going like this, we can kind of like pull it back here. Nice. So then it's, I mean, it's still an insanely wide hitbox, but oh, we're also missing the hitbox entirely. Okay, well that's a big deal because we moved the sprite. Whoops, we shifted him forward. I forgot about that. Okay, that's why it looked weird, because everything was way off, and you can't parry that. Yeah. Now we're back. Now we're back. Shame that he didn't hit us then. But if I was getting in close, he misses entirely then. So maybe I'm overdoing it. It's actually annoying how much it misses. Like there's almost something about the way that he is set up. It doesn't seem like practical almost, or something like that. You would think it would be fine. I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to keep extending it until it makes sense. Oh, I can give it a ton of upward velocity at the end in terms of like on the player. So right now it knocks you up, but it has a poise of 10, so it's not that much. If we make it like 40 and knock back of like 3 or even like 4, you will get launched. Hang on. Let's get rid of you. Yeah. Not as much as I thought. It's okay. All right, let's make it go crazy then. Let's make it like 7. And let's up the hit stop too. Make it really punishing. At least visually. It won't do that much damage, but we'll make it look really cool. It's a big thistle. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I also think there's a challenge here. I know we wanted it to look more dramatic, but the jump forward makes it look like this is a forward move. And the up needs to be, I think, a bigger part of it. I actually think it should be less of a jump forward and more of a thrust up. I think we're missing something there. Because you need to be able to you parry it downwards. So actually, this needs to be more like all of this. All of this needs to go like that. What kind of weapon does he have? It's a big thistle that's somewhere between a pole arm and a mace. So I think maybe we just have to bring it back a little bit, not a major amount. Somebody asked why the hitboxes are so big. The hitboxes are so big because it's such a mobile ability that I think the player will perceive its effectiveness to be a little bit wider than the actual image. I also think that this probably could be closer, and his head could be like he's got to be kind of sitting on top of you for this. That now has an upward aspect to it. But maybe I can lever this a little bit more too. And I might be able to justify... Nah, that's what it is. It is what it is. Okay. Okay, well then that... Can't really justify it going much further than that now. But yeah, like if you happen to be here, like you're right inside of him, you know? The character's going to have like his hair here. It's like this should all just be attack. Games do this all the time. It's not that uncommon to just make a hitbox much bigger. The hurt boxes should be kind of more accurate. But nothing wrong with a big hitbox, I think. Well, look, obviously there's balance concerns. Like let's I don't want to like pretend that you could just do whatever you want, you know. And typically you would give the player bigger hitboxes than the enemy. But I think because my game is a bit more, you're not as mobile as the player. It's more of a, how do I put this? It's more about decisions and timing than it is about positioning. So it doesn't really matter. It's actually worse. Like if you do the correct like parry action and you don't hit anything, that kind of feels worse. Like that, for example. Yeah, like if I go to block this, and he's like not even near me, I think that just feels a bit weird. Like that then. Yeah, I think it should be more vertical, and I think it should, in every aspect, I think we should go for the bigger thrust. I think this could be like all of this can be like way higher. Actually, it can't be that high because the thistle, you won't be able to draw it properly. At least that high. And then I think I'll make him, I'll make him jump up higher. So we'll go bring all of this 1, 2, 3 up to here. So it's all of this is hard to do. It's hard for me to look at what I'm looking at. There's so many like layers. Yeah, so even this will go back 1, 2. This for sure. But then we need height. I think also this frame is a problem because it implies that there's a lot of this diagonal looks really aggressive. And then the weapon can come a bit closer. That's better. And now we've done a lot less movement. So we need to just be careful that this line here is actually like way further back. Under his chin. That still should be under his chin. Cool. Okay, one more time. Actually, all the hitboxes will be wrong. Let's just check them. Yeah. Nice, even higher. Sweet. And then we probably don't need to go so far. Okay, let's have a look now. Bro, I hate these geckos so bad. All right, let's have a look. You know what it might be? I think this thrust is so forward-reaching that once you block it, you're not really in a position to block the next hit. See that? You'd have to be advancing. Yeah. I think that's what's bugging me more than anything. Like he's not fighting you in the same spot. So his moves don't feel like they're gonna land. Because he's moving around. Like that's better. Getting better. Nice. I did it again. I got faked out by the damn move I designed. Yeah, it's not fun yet, but it will be. I think the challenge right now is that there's no rhythm to it either. So he just does the moves one at a time. Yeah. What is going on right now with my game? It's so chuggy. It's close. There's something in the game design that I'm trying to nail, which is like a very like Sekiro thing that I don't have yet. But I think once we get there, it's gonna be amazing. How goes the wish list? It's wish listing. It's listing. I think we're still not quite at 11K yet. I think it's like technically we're in the like 10,800, something like that. I can check. We have had 11,500, but currently there are 10,700. So you get unsubs eventually, every now and again. People unwish list. So good. They're okay numbers. I want it to be a lot higher. I think entering the game into more festivals is going to be cool once we do that. And I think, yeah, there's just a few things that I need to do a better job of not a better job, but just make commitments to drive those numbers a little harder. Marketing moves, basically. So, okay. So now we've got this. We've got this. And we've got this. And I think Luca could do all of that. I think that's fine for him. I mean, this is probably more than enough, those three, actually. This one, I guess I'll just do myself, or at least do more work on it so that I can guide him. It's 5:30, and we said we would do, at 4:30, we'll be doing background artwork. So let's pivot, let's ribbit, and let's rip it. Time for sky. We're going to work on this, but I'll be right back. I'm actually not going to go into BRB mode. I'm just going to let this play. Hey, thanks for the follow. Where are we at? We are doing not that. Desert scrolling. No. Not Twilight. None of these. This one. That's what we're doing. Okay, let's get this thing going. Dum, 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 dum. All right, we're locking. We're locking in like Australia locked in against Turkey. I'll give you this if you want. Yeah. Do I go that far into dithering it?
I'm asking you as a friend.
Maybe I do. Yeah, that's looking great. Bro. Good. Hello. Now, I think we need to do a bit of searching. Because I know I could do better than this. And I know that I'm shooting myself in the foot if I just keep going with the current strategy. So I want to see if I can pick out something that I like and learn from that. I really like this. That's very flat. Okay. I like this too, the edges, the edge lighting. And I think we could probably do something across that. This is great. Layers of light and dark within. That's really cool. Okay. So we're going to see if we can borrow some of that idea. A lot of it has to do with confidence in the shapes and layering. So like, for example, going all dark here will provide more interesting structure here. Yeah, already better. And I think I just want to do that a little bit more. Just approach it with a bit more confidence. I really like the idea of cutting into this shape a bit more to let this shape get a bit stronger. And the same over here. Okay, I have to remind myself not to whisper when I do this. Whenever I'm focusing like a lot, I just start whispering. Or mumbling is a better word, I should say. I mumble a lot when I'm focusing. Okay, that's starting to really take some really nice shape. I like it. But I want to go just a little more in more spots. This is really nice here, this little blotch, but it's kind of, I want to see it creeping in a bit earlier, like that, and then taking this dark bit and then peeling it back all the way through here. Yeah, and then we can do a little bit of rim lighting on that. Very nice. But it's come up a bit muddy. So how do I fix that? We just take that out completely. I still think we do some of this, even up here. I think you have to. You have to do that. But a lot of mess here that we can solve. And then I think I want to flatten some of these shapes. Yes. I honestly also think that we could add like one more shade onto this thing. Wait. Oh, I do have one more shade. What the heck? No, actually that ruins it. Oh, that's crazy. Really? Does it actually do that though? You can't. You kind of ruin the white point. Like it makes everything else look unreasonably dark to do that. So I think we just need to somehow take this color and figure out how to get from here, here, here. I think it's just, it might be the proportion of how we use the color, or it could be, I don't know what, the temperature of it. There's something about it that's just not quite selling for me right now. Or maybe I'm looking at it for too long. I think I liked it a bit warmer. That's like too much. Somewhere between there and there. Gosh, it's like the same goddamn color. That'll do. The game's more saturated anyway, so it bumps it a little bit more. I feel like we're getting there. It's just like not quite there yet. What is the camera size right now? This is not the right size. Wait, 1.8? That's 1.8? That's not 1.8 to me. Armin is... Oh yeah, this is wrong. Whatever this is. .3, that's nothing. That's not a real resolution. That's 2.7, and that's real, but probably too wide. So it becomes 1.8 is the next one down. No, it's 2.35, I think is what I was going for there. That's not right. 2.35 isn't a resolution I can hit. Oh, it's 1.35 or 1.8. Yeah, it's that. Okay. The cloud could parallax, but it bleeds into the background quite a lot, so I'm not really sure where I would do that. Maybe like right here, could parallax it. It also like goes into the background too. There's like a lot of depth that maybe we could solve, maybe, but I'm not making any promises. It's so weird because I look at it and I'm like, it looks great. And then I look at it in the game and it's like, nah, this needs way more work. It's hard to like see what I would want to fix about it though, in the short term. Like it absolutely needs like a ton more time. I need to do that. I think I need to be more bold with the shapes that I'm painting. More texture. What does overcooking it mean though? I don't think I really do that. Like, it's just going to look better the more I put time into it. It's not going to look worse accidentally. I don't think anything that I've ever worked on has looked worse after spending a lot of time on it. But you do get diminishing returns. Does that sound controversial? That's when it came out of my mouth, I was like, what am I saying? But no, really, I really feel like you can't know what you're doing if you end up worse than you started. You know what I mean? At least in like the long term. Like I'm actually simplifying a lot of these shapes as I'm working. So I'm sort of like undoing the overdoing. Like if you're paying attention to the work that you're doing, it should be really hard to overdo it. Because the job is to make it clearer. That's the goal right now. It's not to make it more. It's to simplify. You know, like when you do maths, you do like the expand and simplify. I've expanded all the terms now. Now I'm simplifying. I think we could go really deep with this purple right here. Not quite. This one? Yeah, maybe. It's also a learning exercise too. Like this, I'm learning so much every time I do one of these cloud exercises. So like it's an investment, you know? I sometimes see myself trying to do more and suddenly more and more adjustments, and suddenly there's a point where I went too far. I think the goal there, I mean, I don't know what your work is like or what work you're referring to, if it's pixel art or some other domain, but for me, the zooming out helps me fix that. Like I'm always zooming out or like flipping it, you know, just making sure you have a fresh perspective is really important. That's why I go all the way back and then I go in, and I go back and I go in. Because from here, there'll be parts that you look at and you say, oh, that doesn't do anything. Like I can see it right here, it's muddy. So I look at this and I go, that's a bit muddy. And then I go in and I try to resolve the mud. So for me, I feel like we could take this dark shade and push a little further like this, and then get this out this way. And then maybe we could go even further out this way and just see what that does. Yeah, like for me, that actually did something interesting. So I'm gonna keep pushing it and keep going darker in this space. My only concern right now is that this has created a bend. It feels like it's going away from us here, and then it comes back over here. So I think actually I want to bring some of this back until even this, like even some of this is okay. Right up until about here. So we're gonna let that go. And then right here, I'm gonna start going into the blues and the purples, pushing that a bit further. So like, you know, all here. Yeah, and then there's something here that's not quite right. So like dipping down here might work. And a little further. Yes. Yeah, that's not too bad. And then I think here we could cut out Maybe even more. Yeah. And then I kind of have this idea of like, we were talking about parallax earlier, so maybe we'll do like another cloud that's closer. We could do a few clouds, like a layer that's moving. Did you use Verlet? Like Verlet integration? Like for physics? So this could be like much closer. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to do something here. I don't know if I've landed on it. I'm trying to make it feel like there's like a big front of weather moving in that direction, sort of heading towards this. So you can see there's like a central kind of gap right around here. So the idea would be that it's kind of like cutting in. It's come a long way just in the last 10 minutes. I love how soft this is, but I really think it needs to have more form. Like on its, if it was its own little painting, I think it'd be really nice. Oh, there's something beautiful about how washed out it is. Sort of like falling away into, you know, the night sky or whatever. Sunsets always get me. I feel like I get really sentimental. Also, and I don't think I'm going to be able to pull this off, but if I could do, oh, I might be able to take this color and start working out this way. Then you start getting like the ambient, like global illumination. Even the moon, hypothetically, we could be thinking about the moon lighting this up. What am I missing here? This color into that? Oh no, there it is. I do have another color. Maybe I shouldn't have another color. Don't think I... Well... Oh, I can only do this like half an hour at a time, maybe an hour at a time. It starts getting like kind of impossible to... It starts getting impossible to even look at the screen eventually. Hello.
Hey,
Hey, how's it going?
what time are you finishing?
I can finish soon. You want to heat up the dinner?
I feel like it needs more protein.
Pardon me. One sec. Oh, my my wife, we made soup the other night, yesterday, and she said she didn't feel like it had enough protein in it, so she's going to buy some meat. It's not even, it's like a vegetable soup. It's not, it doesn't have any meat in it, but she wants meat, so meat she shall have. That means we get to do some more drawing. Hey Griffin, how's it going? One sec. Okay. Now, how do we want to handle this? I think this is okay. Oh, that's not too bad actually. And then we just need to go like ding, 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 ding. Nice. I'm into it. Just chilling. What were you doing? What does that mean to do LLM benchmark stuff? Like using an LLM to benchmark or benchmarking an LLM? Let's go. It's getting too detailed, I think. I think we got to back up. That's fine, kind of like right up to there. And then I think we got to cut in with the light blue. Even that feels like maybe too much. Yeah. Sweet. This is all looking so cool out here. The way that it's like tearing. Benchmarking many models against a common set of Git operations. Is that, do you find that fun? I guess you would. Otherwise, why else would you be streaming it? Yeah, that's fair. I don't know why I asked it that way. It sounded like I was being like inquisitive or something. Not inquisitive, like you know what I mean. Like I was suggesting that it wouldn't be fun. But that's not what I was trying to say. I think I just got caught not focusing on the way that I was expressing my words. Okay. That's looking really good. It is Adam C. Eunice dithering. It's real. I have become the ditherer. All shall fear me and despair. I think with this particular piece, it's like you can't have it be too sharp. It's such a soft scene that I want there to be dithering. And maybe I'll back dither other parts of the game to match it. Since I found that technique to dither really quickly, I feel like I'm like a new man. Are there any particular rules for dithering? For me, I mean, it's a stylistic rule. It's not like a real rule. But essentially, you want a checkerboard, right? So it's this. And the goal would be, there are other ways to dither. Like you could do like this, and then you have this like plus shape every so often that comes up. You know, you can do other ways of doing it. But for me, the big thing is when I'm looking at a shape, I'm really just trying to taper with the dither. So I still have a lot of clean lines and solid shapes. And then it's right like this line here, I want to just taper it. So I'm just dithering a little bit here. Now this is not great. I mean, like probably should be more like that. But I think at this scale, no one's really looking that closely. So you can kind of get away with just being a little bit more rough than you otherwise would be. Dithering is really about just trying to halve the distance between the two colors so that it feels like they blend. That's really all it is. So you can kind of do what you like with it, really. It's not, there's no mandatory way. As with anything with art, like if it looks good, you win. You know, that's really the only thing that matters, if it looks good. And I think the great thing about art is that you generally can tell when something looks good. It's more about why it doesn't look good when it doesn't. You know what I mean? I'm very often saying like, I can tell this looks good or it doesn't look good. I just need to figure out what's wrong with it. You know, I think most people can look at something and I definitely have had moments in my life where I've looked at work and gone, that looks awesome. And then like 6 months later gone, it doesn't look so good, for sure. But I think some of that is more about appreciating your achievement as you improve than it is about like objectively thinking something looks top tier. There's also something that happens, I think, when you're finding your style where you will find something attractive in work that you did, and then you will lose it over other work, like other pieces of work. You won't be able to replicate the thing that went well. So then the work doesn't feel consistent. Hey, Div Karen, thank you so much for the sub. So even if a thing that you did looked good, the fact that it doesn't fit with the rest of it makes it look worse. And I think so capturing a style is something that will just takes a lot of time. And you will get to the point where you have that intentionality when you work, but you can't kind of force it. It just will happen over time. So as far as like rules for dithering, I mean, I like to think of it as like all of the work that I do, it's all the same rules. It's all the same basic principles, just being applied at like different levels. Like this shape here, right? This is wrong. It's just wrong, you know? And it's wrong because this should be smoother. Now it's kind of valid, but if I push it a little bit further, now it's almost right. That's fine. That's fine too. Maybe I push that a little bit more like that. Now it's a bit more rounded. Now it's perfect. You know, it's just rules that you can see like this. This should be more like that. That could be more like this. You know, if you want to lump that out. And I think even like learning what the rules are is something that you kind of stumble into more than you study. You do study it, but it's something that you kind of like find that you have been learning more than you intentionally teach yourself. At least for me, it's been that way. I've been like, oh wow, I notice that I do this a lot more and it looks good. Or I've been doing this more than I was previously, and it's worked out well for me. But again, that's noticing more than it is like choosing. Yes, it is a Conway's thing, isn't it? Whoa! Bro, Unity just crashed and it wasn't even focused in Windows. It was just idling and it crashed. Okay. Sure, dude. I don't even think the game was running. Actually, it might have been running. Well, that would be bad if the game just can't handle running for like an hour at a time. But I think it's run for a lot longer than that and not crashed. I think we've had like one crash ever. Like in the entire time I've been working on the game, I think I've had one runtime crash in the end, like in the EXE version of the game. Like a year ago at an event. And I could never replicate it because I do not know why it did it. And it hasn't happened again. So. Oh. Oof. Okay. These are great shapes, but I think we're missing them on the other side. I think we want it to be a little bit more symmetrical. So when I look at this and I love it, I like it, I like it, I love it, I want to see if on this side I can do similar stuff. So like the amount of tearing and this shape cuts in, I want to see something like that happening on the blue, maybe on this side. So like this cutting in like that a little bit more, just so that it feels a bit more even. You know, I think there's something about symmetry that we go for. And I also feel like maybe, I mean, like, should I have pushed this more into the center? I wonder. I think when I took away a lot of the volume, most of the cloud now is there. And so as a shape, it's sort of not centered anymore. A lot of the weight is here. So should I push the whole thing off, like all of this? Should that be more like, you know, that? Also something I'm noticing when I do this, let's have a look, right? So I'm that's pretty good. That's actually really good. I think I did that quite well. Obviously, like, you would do more like... Yeah, I mean, it's pretty even. Alternative would be making these shapes huge. If you took this and you make it really big in the middle, you could probably make it feel like it was much closer to us. Like it was moving, you know, if this was a shape. You could make it look like it was much closer, and even closer if you do this. Like the underside is like all of this. In fact, you don't even, you just go like, hang on, like that. You know, we could make it feel like it's coming right over us. But I think right now we're probably a bit too far from that already. This started as just like a wisp. This started as just like a streak in the sky. Maybe it should have been. I mean, we could take this and then make it like go like this and then kind of just taper it away and have it just feel like it's a lot of cloud. Let's export and see what we get. Hello? What? Oh, 999, great. Yeah, like I really feel like I want it to the left. Maybe it's time for a big edit. What I could do, what I could see myself doing, is taking all of this and shifting it like to there. even then, I would go further. Hey, Chico Coused. Sorry, I butchered that, but welcome. Maybe it's time for duplicate the layer and then take everything that's this color. Hang on a second. And then go like off to like even there, maybe. Oh. I mean, you kind of want the center to be like almost here. So then we take this away. And now our job is to basically turn every color that's in this space into essentially like this. And then bring this back. Probably shouldn't have done like a major destructive edit just now. Let me just walk that back. How do I want to do this? Apricode Game says, I left a comment on one of your live stream replays about how you should stop adding new features and focus on publishing the game. Did you read that comment? What? I'm not adding new features. I'm adding new content. I can't publish the game without doing that. Did you read my comment? I don't think you're in a position to know whether the game can be finished in its current state without adding new features or content. Yo, this is Unity. Well, this is Aseprite, but this is Unity. Hey. Thank you, Chico. Doesn't it hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. I think we're just getting closer, you know? We're just working towards the thing looking like what it needs to. I still don't feel... Maybe I'm just expecting the center of the circle to be the center of the picture. So maybe we could actually just solve this by doing something like this. We could just close the loop on it. Rather than make it a boomerang, or even if we do make it a boomerang, we could make it sort of like this, you know, like flesh it out this way. And maybe that gives us more weight on this side. I think that's already helping me a lot. You know what it is, Pingu Polas? It's experience. This is a domain where I know that this will improve the more I work on it. And at any point, I can pick any spot and move forward. And it never feels like waste because I know exactly how to heal broken parts or improve parts that are bad or whatever. right? Like I'm super confident. If this was any other domain, if this was like design, I'd definitely feel that way. If I like did a bunch of code on some enemy and then I threw out all that code, I'd be like, damn it, why did I get that wrong? Whereas here, I just trust the process because I've been doing this for so long. I'm not impervious to, I'm not like infinitely stoic. I just happen to be an experienced pixel artist. And so I'm able to trust it in that domain only. And I have this like hunger in me because I started pixel art in like 2000 and I don't know what it was, 15, 16. And in 2016, the two best games that were pixel art that I could think of were Owlboy and Iconoclasts, and those and Chasm. And I have always considered those games to be way superior in their art to anything I could ever make. But like the last few years, you know, I just feel that gap getting narrower and I feel my power level growing. And I get excited about the idea of making something worthy of those games. So I kind of get like, there's like a hunger. It's like, oh, I'm almost there. Like if I can make this look as pretty as something from Owlboy, like that's like a win, you know? That's like a massive win. So I think there's also like a patience and a gratitude that I try to have. Well, I don't even try to have it. I just have it because my expectations were so low at the start. You know, like I really didn't think. I knew that I wanted to be good, but I didn't have much expectation. I just enjoyed doing it. And I think that's the answer. If you really enjoy doing something, it doesn't bother you to take time improving. Like you just sort of allow yourself to do it and you just enjoy the ride. So like I think it's that mentality that people who are going to get really good at something, even if they're not massively talented, they will improve just because they don't stop doing it when they're not good. What's your process from pixels to publishing a game? I mean, it doesn't start with pixels. Pixels are like in the middle somewhere. You can do them as concept, but like I don't just, you know, like right now on the game, this is like a 10-year project. And I am in the really, really dark period of like finding funding and making sure that the business case is there. But what that looks like, let me just test this. I'll show you what the game, that's already better. That's already better than it was, but I still think that something about it, I just still want it to be more to the left. Okay, so this is what the current like dependency flow looks like when I'm working on the game, okay? Sorry, one sec. This is just annoying me how... Okay. So, my game is an action adventure game. Okay, as an action adventure, the core of the game is the player. Okay, what the player can do, the things they unlock, items you can get, you know, all of that that's the core of the game. Like, you know, things you can equip, whatever. So you have the things that are fun to do or powerful in the game, and you need to sort of decide on the things that you want the player to be able to do in order to build the rest of the game around that. So I have that. And then I have like the animations, fragments of levels where you use the abilities. It's a puzzle platform action adventure Metroidvania game. And then you have enemy designs that then showcase or test the player on those abilities. That becomes chunks of levels, and then that becomes actual levels, which then demands environment art. From there, you can create a player path for a chapter of the game, and then like item designs and quest structure and blah, blah, blah. Separate to that, there's like the story. So I have the places I want the player to go, the biomes that I think are just interesting. It's not about the gameplay. It's more just like the feel of being in the world and where I want you to be. So from there, you know, you write the dialogue and the scenes. That informs the player path as well. These two go hand in hand. You've got cutscenes, obviously character designs, and everything lives around here. And then for me right now, it's a process of blocking stuff in. So this is an early chapter. Well, it's a late chapter of the game, but in an early stage. So I've got literally, and I've only just started doing it this way. This is like literally the last 2 months I've started this, where I literally just block in a level and say, this is what happens in this level, in the story. So, okay, this is the start of a chapter, but you need to be able to backtrack to the previous chapter. It needs a cutscene here. The character is inspired by Guybrush, definitely Sensei. Okay, in this scene, more open, explorable level, but I don't need to show you what that looks like right now. I just need to know it's going to be there. Okay, then we have a scenic area that leads down to a set of stairs, and there's a set of stairs here, so I've already mocked that up. Okay, we've got an NPC here that's going to give us something close to the end game, because it's pretty late in the game at this point. Then we have the stairs going down, so that needs obviously visual design. And then we have the town. This is all placeholder from a different part of the game. There's an NPC's house, there's a tavern, there's all kinds of stuff. And I just literally just mock it out like that. And then these red ones are flags in the game that change the game state. So when I press this, it's as if I did that cutscene. And then the game state can change accordingly. So I'll give you an example from what we were just looking at here. This is my game state manager here, and I've got a particular slice of the game that I'm working with. So if I take away all of this and then send this to test progress, load that into the game, press play, it's daytime, right? Later on, it's going to be nighttime, but you need to do some things to do that. So we're going to have to meet Giovanni, who's at the end of the train. He's over here. This is going to trigger that. So now when I leave, if I check over here, it's green. If I leave, now it's evening. So there's all these flag things that are like game state changing moments that I need to track and put into the game to even build the story at all. Like for it to even be playable a little bit, there's a lot of this work has to be done. So I make the levels out of the chunks. The chunks are like here. This is just little tiny puzzles. I make these into levels. They wouldn't be levels on their own. They'd be like a part of a level. But then I go over here and I say, okay, you know, here's a level. it's got this T intersection moment. It's got this jumping up walls. It's got fighting these enemies. You know, it's got moments in it that I've kind of planned. This one here, it's got like a few different ones. And then that's put into the scenario. So here it's like, okay, you've just learned this ability where you kill the snake and it lets you bounce. So now we can do that. Oh, earlier on we got this ability from the hedgehog that lets us charge. So now we can use the 2 to get across here if I was doing it right. So, you know, just like leap across. And then this we got earlier on. This lets us climb up walls. So like that, this little moment here, go up a wall, jump off the wall, charge, and go up again. That's a chunk. And that just connects into, you know, into here. This is another chunk, dashing forward and then up. This is another chunk, dash forward, jump, and then double jump. And then straight across. So, you know, you just sort of, you have to massage all of that until it just fits together. That's what the whole process is for me. And so much of it relies on like what you've taught the player. So then like where in the story can you get to this point? How far do you need to be to get to that? So like right now, you know, that level I just showed you, this will be, you know, these will balloon out into that shape for whatever ability you just got in the previous 10 minutes and what I need to test you on in order to demonstrate that and enjoy that utility that you get from the ability. All right, I gotta go. This was fun. I'm aiming for like 15 hours. If it hits 15, I'm happy. Chat, we've got 200 viewers right now. What the heck? Plus 40 on YouTube. We're at 250 viewers. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Yo, if you are watching and you have not wishlisted Insignia, go wishlist it on Steam right now. It helps me out immensely. And we're going to raid Togglebit. No, we're going to raid Ryanard. It's been a while. All right. Thank you so much, chat. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. I'll catch you not tomorrow, but the next day. Wednesday's my day off, so I'll catch you all very soon. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.